Hey everybody, what's up? Welcome to Stack Social Live here at Stack Social Club in Lubbock, Texas. 5004 Frankfort Avenue. We're here with a 2-5 no limit game tonight. Want to welcome everybody in. Hope you all had a good weekend.
Oh, he did okay. He's not super serious about it.
We're gonna skip him. So Chuck, you're gonna start with small. Ross, you do the big for five.
Action's going strong already. We've got a full table. We'll have a full table here pretty soon. I know they're still seating some of the players, but we've already got rolling. Rocks in the box tonight. He's going to take a break from taking everybody's chips, and he's just going to pass them around. Got a full table. We'll have a full table here pretty soon. I know they're still seating some of the players, but we've already got rolling. Rocks in the box tonight. Going to take a break from taking everybody's chips, and he's just going to pass them around. Hope everybody had a great Father's Day as well. Of course, we've had a couple of games since then, but again, we're playing a 2-5 no limit game tonight. Got some new faces in here on the table. We'll get some of those names out here as we can see them here in just a little bit. Got Kenny down there in the 3 seat. D in the 5. Hope everybody had a great Father's Day as well. Of course, we've had a couple of games since then, but again, we're playing a 2-5 no limit game tonight. Got some new faces in here on the table. We'll get some of those names out here as we can see them here in just a little bit. Got Kenny down there in the
Yes. Hey, Dean, you tell Kinsey that we started?
Kinsey, we started.
Ross in the 1 seat with a King 10 of hearts. Kenny in the 3 seat with Ace Jack offsuit. We'll see how quickly this game picks up. Ross making it $35 to go and gets a fold after the flop. He didn't really flop anything. Chuck making the call, though, with a pair of 7s. Turn's going to be a 5 now, so 5s and 7s for Chuck. Pair of 5s with a king high for Ross. If you're in here watching the live stream, go ahead and hit that thumbs up. Go share the link on social media if you don't mind. We'd really love to push our content out there and bring great poker from Lubbock, Texas out to as many people as we can. Ace 6-7 on the flop with heads up. Kenny now flopping the gutty. Ross with nothing but a king high. He's going to go away to the bet from Kenny. Kenny, Chuck, Ross, Jimmy, D, Dang, and J King off. Kyle. All right, let's see if we can get these cards to read here. Chuck going to look down under the gun with a king 8. Raised to $10 from Chuck. Dang with the ace queen, though. It's going to be $8 to call. Kyle making the call for 7 deuce with a 7 deuce. Flop is, well, we're not sure what the flop is. 7-9-4 on the flop, so Kyle pairs up and makes the bet on the turn after the 5 comes, whatever it was. Kyle is going to pick up the pot here. Jimmy Dang now going to be in the big blind when we see these cards. Guys, don't forget about our Tuesday night $3,000 guarantee tournament. That'll be tomorrow at 7 p.m. It's going to be $120 maximum buy-in, $45 minimum buy-in. We rarely, if ever, miss that guarantee. And, of course, the guarantee always is there, but we usually always go over the guarantee. So, Ross under the gun, going to make the call for $10 after the straddle. 7-5, D with the ace-7 offsuit. Don't know what Dang has. All right, let's see what's out here. Kenny in the +1 is going to be looking down at an ace-3. Well, Jordan's cards are blind. Not sure why it has a Jordan listed as under the gun here, because it's actually Ross. But the flop with the queen 6-3, 2 diamonds, no real help for anyone. We're not sure what Jordan has, but we'll see how the action goes here. Jordan had been on the live stream yet that I remember, so it'll be interesting to see how he does. He's somewhat of a tighter player, at least from my experience. Chuck in the small blind, who's Jimmy Dang, is going to bet the $100 with a 9-4 here. Guess he's going to try to pick up a small pot with some odd cards. Jimmy does pick up the pot with that $100 bet. So Jimmy going to be the small blind now. I think we're finally getting the names and everything all situated here. So Jimmy in the small blind. 10 seat in this, Jimmy on the button. 10 seat in the small blind, and Ross on the big blind. Kenny's going to be under the gun with a 9-4, and he's going to fold down. Jordan with that big slick offsuit. He's just going to make the flat call here, hoping for a raise, I would assume. Kyle making the call with for $5 with a 9-4 offsuit. Dang making the call, but his cards aren't visible. Jimmy raises to 40 with an ace-10 here, and Chuck in the 10 seat with an ace-jack, and Jordan with the ace-king. So don't be surprised if you get a 3-bet here from Jordan with the big slick with 5 players. And he doesn't. He makes the simple call, and he does pick up the pair of kings It does bring out the flush draw on the board, and it also brings out the straight draw for both, for Jimmy, excuse me. This could be a money maker. It could be a money loser for Jordan. He does pick up top pair while Chuck picks up middle pair. So a bet of $100 or $50 from Jimmy, and Jimmy will bet it up early on. He will continue to bet it up with or without anything. Jordan raising to 125 here probably could be costing himself a little bit of money from Jimmy, but he does also realize that there's a straight vault involved. Jimmy going to go ahead and make the call, though, here. Now, if Jordan backs off, he could entice a little bit of, well, that's not a good sign. You do get the third heart on the board, so things should slow down a bit. Chuck now going to lead out. He's going to go all in for $533. And that's going to be a big bet right there. Very good bet because he does have the ace of hearts, so he does have the blocker. And Jordan throwing away the leading hand right here. Not real sure what Jimmy's really thinking about here unless he really believes that Chuck is on the straight bluff at this point. Jimmy probably going to throw this hand away here. And Jimmy does go away. So Chuck picking up a $345 profit on that hand with a simple bet because he had the ace of hearts. And that's the part of the game that a lot of people don't realize. The strategy behind that. You know, you have the ace of hearts, so you know that no one can have the big flush. Even if someone had a 6-9 of hearts in their hands, now they may call. But he knows if they only have one heart in their hand, they're not going to take the chance. So it's a very good bet on his part. And he does pick up the pot. D making the call with an ace-10 offsuit. Kyle raising up to 15 with king-jack offsuit, and then Dang making the Dang behind him. We'll see what he decides to do with a 10-9. Jimmy going to switch seats, it looks like. He didn't really like what's going on out here, I don't guess. Well, guys, if you're watching, go ahead and hit that like button. Come on in and say hello. Let me know if you're not from Lubbock, or if you're not here in Lubbock and you're watching, let me know where you're watching from. I guess we're going to play musical chairs here at the table now. D going to move around into Jimmy's old seat. Expect the action to pick up here a little bit as the table gets completely full and money starts moving around the table. Hopefully there, looks like we see Jenny walking in. She's going to sit down, looks like in the 5 seat or so. So we now have Ross in the 1 seat, Jimmy in the 2 seat, Kenny in the 3, Jordan in the 4, Jenny in the 5, Dang in the 6, Kyle in the 7, D in the 8, and Chuck in the 10. 3, 5, 10 on the flop. Ross picking up a pair of 3s. So Ross with the $40 bet's going to pick it up with just a pair of 3s here. Welcome in, watchers. If you have any questions about Stack Social Club, feel free to put them in the chat. I'll answer them as best I can for you. I'm sure that not a lot that we don't have figured out here. Sorry, I may seem a little bit distracted here in the early going, but I'll get my legs back underneath me. Right now, they're a little more like Lieutenant Dan. They're not there. All right. We'll also try to get the computer to catch up with us here in just a second as well. Jimmy with the 10-2 offsuit. Dang with cards unseen. Jordan looked like he's making the call. Dang with the ace something. 10-9 deuce, 10-9-5 unsuited on the flop. Jordan's going to fold to the $15 bet from Dang. So Chuck leading the way right now with 1,000 in chips. Kenny right behind him with the same. Kyle bringing up the tail end with $162 in chips. Filling out to be a pretty nice table tonight. There should be some action here going on. There should be no shortage of it actually in a little bit. Jenny is the big blind here, so she's gonna have to put it in. There's a straddle on the button from Kenny for $10, and Jordan makes the call with a Jack-10 suited. Not sure what the dilemma is here, but Jenny not liking something that's going on. And Rock letting her know that we straddle anywhere. Kyle making the call with a King-8 offsuit. Kyle just trying to catch a hand here. Chuck now raising to $75 with an 8-6 suited. I wonder if that's a position thing or if that's one of his favorite hands. I know a lot of people that'll raise on hands like that just because it's their favorite. Dang with a 5-3 of spades, making a decision here. Jenny, actually, action's on Jenny. Of course, we don't get to see what her hand is, and she's going to go ahead and make the call as well. Dang making the call with a 5-3 of spades. King, Queen, 4, and Kyle would have flopped top pair here. Chuck going to c-bet for 100 here. And Jenny going to make the play with him. She's going to bring it in with him. She's going to go ahead, and we're going to get heads up here to the turn. Heads up to the turn, and ace of diamonds on the turn. So, brings in a lot of possible hands, but not likely considering the people that are in this hand. Jenny could, of course, have something because we can't see her cards, but we'll see what those are here in just a minute. Jack of spades on the river now. And Jenny going to move all in on Chuck. Going to put him to a decision, which should be a pretty easy decision. Chuck just putting on a show now. He's got to represent that he's making it. It's a tough decision, but we all know that there is no tough decision here. Chuck going to hesitate and make the fold like he should. We did not have the $10,000 guarantee this last Saturday, just FYI. I don't know if they're going to reschedule that for this Saturday, being so close to the 4th of July, or if we're going to hold off on that. But we'll definitely let you know on the next live stream. We'll have that one figured out. Kyle raising it up with a queen-jack offsuit to $15. Chuck, of course, making the snap call with a queen-9. Jimmy makes the call, and Kenny makes the call as well, and it's just about now down to the money. You're going to get just about any hands making the call now. 8-3-7, so Kenny flopping second pair here. Jimmy and Jenny, we don't know what either one of them are holding at this point. Dang with a pair of threes. Jenny going to check. Kyle going to put out the $25 bet. Jimmy and Kenny, of course, making the call, and I figured Kenny would make that call. He wants to see if he can two-pair up or trip up. He'd like to do it without a spade, and it's going to be a 9, so he does two-pair up. The 9's the perfect card because he's already holding the 9 of spades, so the 9 does allow that the flush draw doesn't make. So he two-pairs up without a flush draw. Now, there is a straight draw on the board. Still don't know what Jimmy has in his hand, but Kyle now picking up the gut shot straight draw. Chuck picking up the pair of 9s, though. He's got top pair and doesn't realize that he's behind. So Kenny really wanting a little red card here. He'd like to see a 2 of diamonds or something like that hit the river. We'll see what happens there. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Kenny raises it to 200. I'm sorry. So Kyle unlikely to get a call against anybody but maybe Chuck. If Jimmy's open-ended at all, Chuck does go away. So let's see what Jimmy decides to do. Jimmy did make the call. We don't know what he had, but whatever he had, it did not beat Kenny's 2 pairs. So Kenny going to pick up that all in. Be a pretty profitable pot there. I'm sure we'll see Jimmy back at the table. I'm sure he'll be buying back in. Jordan making the call with the King-Jack offsuit. And Jenny checking her straddle. 6 players to a flop here. Jenny and Kenny now. All the E's. Jenny, Kenny, Jimmy. We just need to put a Y on Chuck to be Chucky. I'm going to get a $25 bet here and a call. 9-5-7, Ross picking up 2 pair on the flop. Chuck picking up the straight draw, though. Kenny making the call and Jenny making the call. It is a 4, 5, 6, 7. So as of right now, second pair. Kyle going all in with second pair. 7s here. Chuck going to go away with the gutty, I'm sure, here. I can't imagine. No, he does. He does pick up he does pick up a bigger straight draw, or another straight draw. 3 or an 8 now gives it to him. And Jenny making the call as well. So we're 3 ways here. Jenny raises it to 100. And Chuck going to go ahead and make the call as well. So Chuck with several outs here making the call. I'll stutter through this thing before we know it. Here we are to the river. King of diamonds, no help for Chuck, so Chuck doesn't win. Kyle, without seeing Jenny's cards, as a winner, but I would suspect that Jenny's got something under there if she's going to raise it up to 100 there. She could have wanted to just get it heads up. $150 bet here from Jenny, and again, Chuck going to take a gander at his cards and take a look at them. She does have a 6. It looks like she might have a 6-3. Looks like she possibly has a 6-3 for the straight. She does pull the pot. She does win. So Jenny did have the 6-3 for the straight. So good hand for her. She'll move up a little bit in chips. Kenny now leading the way at 1,600. Jenny following up at 1,100. And Dang down there at the bottom with 280, while Kyle waits to rebuy. without typing in the story, because I know we won't. I mean, you can type in as much as you want and I'll read it, but I don't figure everybody wants to type a long 3-paragraph story. But your worst bad beat hand that you lost or won. Or you can send me both, the one that you lost and the one that you won. Chuck flopping trip 4s with a 5-4 and D with the ace-10. And D's going to be walking right into this one. D leading out for $50 and Chuck, just what Chuck wants to see. He wants to see D get aggressive at that top pair, and he's just going to flat him here, which is a smart move. You don't want to raise right here, I don't think. Six of clubs on the turn, so you're going to get a check here probably again from, you're going to get a bet here from D. D's not one to let go once he gets going, if he feels like he's ahead at all. He is going to stay a little easy with those bets, though. I mean, $65. Now, what does Chuck do here? Does Chuck decide to go ahead and pump it up a little bit to see if he can get any more, or does he just make this call? D probably knows that if he makes the call here, you're probably going to get a check. I don't know. D is pretty aggressive. If it doesn't come a diamond, with the queen of spades, you're likely to see D get pretty strong here. He could even make a shove, but he still has about $300 in his hand, so it's maybe about $125 or so. He does make it $110, $110 bet. Chuck going to think about it for a while and definitely going to get a raise out of him. And he does raise it up. He's going to raise it up to $325, so it's a $215 raise to D. That's going to put him all in if he decides to make the call. D right now probably looking at his stack, looking at the pot stack, and make the decision that if I'm guessing and knowing D, I think D may make this call here just because he's willing to see what Chuck has. He wants to see it, and he's already in this far, but D also is a pretty tight player, so he may look at it and say at $175 he can come back. And it looks like he is going to make the call here. He does let it go. What do I know? Apparently not much. A good fold for D there. He didn't bite on it. Good job. Ross raising it up to $20 with an ace 5, and it's going to be, betting the 25 after the flop, and he's going to pick up the pot here. D on the button now. Kenny still leading the way with 1,600 in chips. Jimmy right in the middle with 480. Kenny with a king, queen of hearts in the +1 position. Jimmy with the ace 8 under the gun. So Jimmy going to just make the call. Kenny just making the call as well. Kyle got a Jack 10, 6, 2 diamonds. No flush, but you got the 3 top flush here. Four people to the turn here, and the other jack on the turn. Get a bet here from Chuck for $35. It's get folded around the table. Kyle going to have to make the decision here. Yeah. Kenny going to lay down the ace 3 off under the gun here. Jenny with a 10 deuce going to make the fold as well, and Jimmy Dang with a 6-5 makes a fold. Chuck with an ace 8 going to raise it up to $25 here, and Ross with a decision to make with a queen 3, and he folds. Jimmy Dang going to make the call with a 10-9 of diamonds. Heads up to a flop, and Jimmy Dang flops open-ended here. King of diamonds on the turn, and that's going to bring the flush draw in and the straight flush draw in for Jimmy. Chuck with the ace 8 off now picks up the nut flush draw as well. And it is a 10, so Chuck actually picks up the ace high straight here. Broadway for Chuck. Jimmy going to see if he'll probably take a stab at this knowing Jimmy, and he does. He's going to throw 35 in on it. Chuck's going to call, and Jimmy's going to see the bad news. So good pickup for Chuck there. $57 profit. King 9-5 on the flop, no help for anybody really. Kenny with the ace-10 and the small blind off-suited, and he's going to make the call. We had a button straddle from Jimmy, excuse me. Jenny is going to make the fold. Kyle with the queen-10 off makes the call as well. D is going to make the call, and Ross with an 8-3 of diamonds is going to make the call, probably simply based off the money in the pot at this point. Jimmy going to get his second card and look at it. With a Jack-5 offsuit, I wouldn't be surprised if he makes a raise, but he does not. He plays pretty loose until he gets a chip stack. So if he chips up, then he'll tighten up. Deuce 7-3 on the flop. Ross picking up a pair of threes. Other than that, no real help for anyone. We don't get to see D's hand, but if I know D, and I know I do, he's not playing a 7 deuce or a 3 unless it's paired with an ace. So ace of hearts now on the turn, though. Kenny now with top pair. It does bring in the wheel draw for Jimmy. Ross with the pair of threes still going to go away. Kenny, of course, betting 25 and Jimmy making the call. So 3 outs for Jimmy, and he's going to make the fold as well. So he does not make the call. Kenny going to pick up that $45 pot. Kenny now leading the chip stacks with $1,600. Kyle bringing up the tail end at $65. Ross right in the middle with $655. Jordan going to fold for $8 on the ace-3. Ross with pocket twos. Kenny with a 10 with an 8-9. King 10-9 on the flop. Kenny with a pair of nines. Of course, Kyle going to bet $25 with nothing. See if he can pick up a pot here. Ross looking down at pocket aces in the one seat. He makes the flat call here, or he raises up to about 45. Kyle going to go all in. King 5. Jimmy makes the call for $55, and so does Kenny with pocket nines. Dang also making the call, and we don't know what he has either. So 8, 9, 10 on the flop. Kenny flopping a set. Ross still there with pocket aces. We're going to get checked around. Ross is going to make the bet, though. Ross is going to lead out for $100, $75. Jimmy making the call as well, and Kenny now looking down at the board. A little bit distressed, and I can understand why. He does have a set of nines. Kenny raising it up. Big raise here to $200, $300. Kenny raising it up to $300 now. Kyle already all in. Ross letting go of his aces. And Jimmy going to let go as well. So Kenny going to pick up the pot with trip nines. He wants to see a run out. D with a king queen offsuit here. King 10 of Kenny's suited here. He's going to make the call as well. So we've had a raise to $10, or the straddle for $10. Jenny making the check here. So 5 ways to a flop. Oh, he is. Good deal. King 5 deuce, 2 clubs. Ross picking up the flush draw as well as Chuck, both of them with the flush draw. Kenny with a king 5, with a king 10, and D with a king queen. So D leading right now, and he leads out for $50. Chuck and Ross, of course, going to make those flat calls. Kenny folds his kings. A little bit of a surprise. 6 of spades on the turn, however. No help for anybody, so D still leading the way. He's going to move all in, it looks like. All in for $80, excuse me. So D all in for $80, or excuse me, 106. So D all in for $105. The singles do not play on an all in. Ross going to go ahead and make the call. Chuck as well making the call. And a 9 of spades, so no help, no club. Therefore, D is going to be the winner here. D is all in, and Chuck and Ross still have options here. So they're going to check it down with nothing. And D going to show him the king. He's going to take down the pot, and he's going to have a triple up. So a triple up for D. Not a bad hand there. $520 pot, $300 and something profit. Kenny with 2K in front of him right now. Jenny right behind him at 1,200. And Kyle still bringing up the tail end. Kyle with pocket sevens and $90 in front of him, probably going to go ahead and go all in here. Got a raise from Dang here to $45. But Kyle, however, just makes the call. So, my bad. 3 bets to 60 here. So, that's not a proper raise. So, I'm not sure what they're putting in here, but I don't see how that could be a 3 bet to 60. I think that was just a call from Kyle. Ace King 5, so Dang picking up top pair. Kyle going to go in for $25. And Kyle picking up the boat. What a turn card for Kyle. Tripping up, and then the aces on the ace on the river, giving Dang the trip aces, but Kyle wishing he had more money there, and now he does. Just want to remind you guys again, tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, is going to be our $3,000 guarantee. It's going to be a 115 total buy-in, or 120 with your daily. So 120 max buy-in, 45 minimum buy-in, $3,000 guarantee, and we usually always surpass the guarantee. So y'all make sure you come in for that tomorrow night. Four ways to a flop here with an ace, nine, jack, two diamonds. No real help for anybody. A 9 on the turn. Of course, D does have the gutty. But a 9 on the turn now. Going to make it a little bit difficult for everybody to bet. You're going to get a bet of $20 from Jenny just to see if she can buy the pot. And it looks like she will. Chuck, the big Vig Pip leader, at 72%. He is seeing 72% of the hands pre-flop betting, and he's making the call. And Jordan at the bottom at 25%. So Chuck making that $8 call on in the big or small blind with an ace eight off. Ace deuce on the flop, however, though, giving Dang the two pair. Chuck with a pair of aces, and Kyle sitting over there with a pocket pair of fours, hoping for a 4 on the turn. Eight on the turn now, giving Chuck the other two pair. So we're going to have two pair versus two pair here. And Dang in a very bad position now. He goes from a very good to a very bad position in a one card, which those are the fortunes of poker. Chuck moves all in for $661, and Jimmy it's going to be all in to Dang. I want to call Dang Jimmy, because Jimmy's name is Jimmy Dang. So I wonder if they're related, because I wonder if Dang's his last name. Two diamonds, though. Chuck thinking he's trying to push off a flush draw. He doesn't realize that he's actually pushing on another two pair. And Dang going to make the call for $323. So this is going to be almost $1,000 pot. And it's going to be a queen on the river. So Dang is going to lose his stack. So that pot of $761 is going to go to Chuck. So Chuck just adding to that stack. What a nice turn card for Chuck, though. Dang leading the way. He flops two pair. He's got to be feeling really good about that. And along comes the 8. Kenny's still leading the in chips with $2,000, but Chuck moving on up the board. He sits in third right now with about 12 or 1,300. So Kyle making the call with an ace-7 suited. Jenny as well making the call. Ross making the call for $3. So we're 6 ways to a flop. 8, 4, 10. So 10s and 4s for Jimmy now, flopping 2 pair. Of course, we don't know what these cards are. Ross with a pair of 10s as well. Ross making the $30 bet, and Jimmy raising it to 60 now. Not sure that I would make this raise here, though, because, I mean, I could be wrong, but I would think that Jimmy would want to just make a flat call there. With the jack and the 2 on the turn in the river, that's not going to be any help to Ross. And Ross is going to be betting it up here. I mean, making the call here of 75. And he's going to look down at 2 pair from Jimmy. And Jimmy going to take this $300 pot. Jordan in the big blind right now. I don't see a straddle on the board at this point. Kyle's chipped up just a little bit here. Jenny going to look down at a 10-9 offsuit. And Kyle with the 10-8, so he's going to be playing from behind here. Chuck with the 10-7 suited. Jimmy with pocket jacks going to raise it up here. He's going to 3-bet it. So we're going to go 3 ways to a flop here. Chuck flopping the straight flush draw. Jimmy still leading the way with pocket jacks. Queen, no help for Chuck, but he is going to bet out here. Chuck making it 125, and Jimmy going to go away here. Sure would like to see a river here, though, see if it actually would have came, but we're not going to know. That's a good bet from Chuck there. Jordan in the small blind, going to look down. It's going to be 8 to call for him because we got a straddle on the button from Kenny. Dang with pocket eights, though, going to just make the flat call. Ten, 3, 5. We got 5 ways to a flop, so no help for anybody. Jimmy picking up a pair of 5s. So Dang right now still leading with pocket 8s. Like to see what Jenny has under here, and we're going to definitely see a bet from her. Jimmy with a pair of 3s is probably not going to make this call unless he thinks she's straight bluffing, which she has done before. Jimmy making the fold, and we're not going to get to see what Jenny had there, but it'll be all right. Kyle looking down, finally got his double up hand, he's hoping at least, with a pocket pair of queens. And a queen on the flop, so Kyle in good shape for a double up here if he can get the money in right. Kenny going to make a bet here of $60, and Jordan with pocket aces is probably going to make this call. He does make the call, and if Kyle's smart, Kyle just makes the call here as well. Not to say that if he makes a different decision, he's not smart, but I'm saying. And the turn, oh wow, the turn is an 8. So how great of a card is that for Kyle? So he has the Queen of Hearts, and he's got the boat possibility, and he's got the trips over Jordan. Jordan now with the trips, though, is going to make this call. So we go to a river here. And I can't tell, but that looks like a king or a queen on the board there. It could be a jack as well. So I can't tell what the river is here yet, but it is a face card. It's a jack, so there is no boat. The straight possibility is there, but Kyle has moved all in for $35. Can't imagine Jordan makes the fold here for $35 into a $542 pot. But we'll see. I've said before, Jordan's a pretty tight player, and if he feels like he's beat, he's not going to throw an extra dollar in there no matter what. But we'll just see what he does here. He's really making this. He's thinking about it. He's got $80, and that's what Kyle's got it in as well. Jordan's got 85, so it's essentially all in versus all in here. Kyle really tanking over this as well. He really does not want to give the last $35 or $85 away if he doesn't have to. But I don't see how he gets away from it. I mean, the fact that it's a jack and puts the straight on the board, maybe, but he does make the call, and Kyle shows him the winner, the trip 8s and the trip queens. So Kyle picking up a pretty big pot there, finally making a breakthrough after a couple of small buy-ins. Kyle's now sitting in the pretty good, in about mid-range here with about $667 in chips. So I think that puts him in the positive, around $300. Kenny, of course, still leading the way with around $2,000 in chips. Finally actually going in here. So Tanya responding, that's Jordan. Well, it is Jordan. He's taking over that that $80 bet. Welcome to the chat, Ruben. Welcome to the live stream. Hope you guys all had a good weekend. Been a pretty good game so far. Oh, you didn't swap the... Kyle with a queen 5 of clubs here. Jordan going to make the call. I don't know what Jordan's got. Don't even see that he has cards. And Jenny going to make the fold. So Jordan makes the call. Looks like we're going to be heads up. Kyle goes ahead and makes that call from the raise. A 9 on the turn. No real help for Kyle at all. But Dang does pick up the pair now. Kyle betting 25 and a king on the river. Dang made the call, and looks like they're going to get check on the river. I don't know if that was Dang or if that was actually Jordan. I think that was Jordan, actually. Let's see what Chuck can do here under the gun. Kyle, not much of a straddler. Kyle doesn't really straddle on the button at all, so we haven't seen many straddles from that side of the table. D, not one to straddle very often as well. Straddles have typically been coming from Jenny back around to Ross. Tell you a joke, Tanya? Oh, I can't tell any of the jokes I know on YouTube. At least not on a live stream. You tell me one. Give me your best joke, Tanya. Queen deuce 5 on the flop. Jenny with top pair. Jimmy picking up the pair of fives. And a queen on the turn giving Jenny the trips. She's probably not going to get very much out of this, though. You might get a little bit of a bet, maybe from Jordan or someone in the position to try to see. And Jordan does make the bet for 30. Of course, Jenny probably going to sit here and just make the flat call. She does make the call. Jimmy making the call, though, with a pair of fives. A little bit of a surprise. Jimmy going to be in a very bad position if he hits an ace or a 5 there. He does not. It is a 6, and so Jenny going to be looking pretty good here with Jordan making a move, and he is moving in a bad position right there because Jenny going to make the call. Surprisingly, she does raise it up. Jenny raising it up to 200. Jimmy going to go away here. There's no way he makes this call, and Jordan going to go away right after that. Tanya, are you not dealing tonight at all? All right. Every day, 1 p.m. is our Stacks. The doors open here at Stacks. Our cash games start about 1:30 or so. Kenny with an 8-5 of clubs. Jimmy going to look down with a Jack-9 off. Dang with the ace jack, and I'm gonna stutter through this every time I say that, because every time I call dang and I look over at Jimmy dang and see Jimmy, it throws me all the way off. Oh, I didn't know that you were in there at 10. My bad, boss. I'm supposed to know everything around here. Kyle calling the $25 raise, or the raise to 25 with a jack 10. Kenny, of course, making the raise to $35 or $25 with an 8-5 of clubs. So we're starting to see a little bit of action going on here. A little bit of crazy play. Kenny going to be betting it up to 65 now. Queen 7 deuce, 2 clubs. So Chuck with top pair. Kenny, however, with the flush draw. Getting folds around the table. Chuck and Kenny, going to a turn. A 2 on the turn now. Chuck has been known to make a bet here with, with not a lot in his hand, but being willing to put his chips at risk in order to win a hand. Someone always says I'm the owner's brother, Tanya. We know that's true. Chuck with big slick offsuit here, picking up the ace on the turn, giving him aces and 4s. Jimmy with the ace-jack offsuit, and Dang with 6-5 offsuit. So no real help from anything. Didn't figure he was going to get much more out of that. So, but he does win a pot of $97. King 10 versus Ace Queen versus Ace Deuce suited for Jenny here, making the call for $35. Dane going to make the call with a 6-4, not a surprise. He's been playing just about anything. His VPIP might be the second highest on the table next to Chuck. Chuck, of course, going to make that call as well. And Ross with a 9-4 offsuit. He's going to go ahead and make the call as well. He was the straddle, so... Two diamonds, ace 3, 9 on the flop. Ross with the pair of 9s. Jordan, however, with the pair of aces, and he makes the bet of $80. And going to see a fold probably around the table. Jenny making the call with an ace deuce, but everybody else probably going to get out of the way here, and they do. So we're going to go heads up to a turn. It's going to be a 6 of hearts, so no help for either player. Does bring in a second flush draw possibility, but... Jordan going to move all in here for one whatever, and Jenny making the call. Is a king on the river, and Jordan's going to pick up the stack of $300 and almost a $400 profit here. What could be a good sizable hand brewing could be nothing as well, considering that aces and queens are all in everybody's hands. Jimmy 3-bets it though to $90 after Chuck raises it to $35, and we're going to get around the table. Chuck $55 more to call. He's going to think about it, and he makes the call, and he's calling from a very bad position. It is a queen 10-5, so this could set up to be a pretty brutal hand. Well, it's not too brutal because Jimmy doesn't have a whole lot in chips. It looks like $125, and Chuck, of course, snap calling with the queen jack. Turn is a king, and the river is a deuce, so Jimmy going to win that hand with queens and an ace high. Oh, it was a jack on the river. No, it was a jack on the river. I thought it was a king. Jack on the river is going to give Chuck that win, and Chuck now takes the chip lead over Kenny at 1,900. So Slow and Steady may just win the race here. And of course, I wouldn't call it too slow. Chuck's VPIP here is pretty high, So D going to go away. D not playing a lot of hands here. He's just not getting any cards. And like we've said before, D is very tight. So it's very rare that he plays anything other than somewhat premium cards. This hand not shaping up to be very much at all, considering the fact that we've got a bunch of unconnected, unsuited cards. Now we're getting a little bit of action. We get a raise to 20. Got 8-6 for Dang. And then Kyle raising it up with a 10 deuce of hearts, going to make it $50 to go. Chuck making the call with the queen 4 of hearts. So that could be a very bad way to go for Kyle if the hearts come. Dang with an 8-6 offsuit. He's going to look down. I can't imagine him making this call, but then again, he has, like I said, probably the highest VPIP on the table next to Chuck. Jenny making the call, though. Of course, we don't get to see her cards. Kyle makes the call as well. So we're 4 ways to a flop, and it's going to be a 10-9-4. So Chuck picking up the pair of 4s, but Kyle now taking a commanding lead on Chuck with the pair of 10s. Dang, however, picks up the gut shot straight draw. And, of course, again, we don't know what Jenny has in her hand. My average VPIP. Tanya asked what my average VPIP is. In a cash game, 7%. Just like kid. No, I'm kidding. I'd literally have to be in a coma if I was going to have a 7% for me. My average VPIP, I would honestly say on an average day would be around the 55 to 60% range. You've dealt to me plenty of times. What do you think? Kyle moving all in with the pair of 10s here. Dang with a pair of 6s, picking up with his straight draw. But Chuck with a pair of 4s going to make the call here. He must think that he's got a read on Kyle that says he's bluffing, and Kyle's just not doing it. Although Kyle is not all in. That is just a $100 bet. The river is another 10 giving Kyle the trip 10s. Kyle, though, going to bet out for 150. Kyle looked like betting out for 150. 170. I think it's 150. Those are even stacks. So it's either 200 or 150. Tanya says that's her favorite joke, that I'd have a 7% VPIP. Hey, I can be funny once in a while. It's not just funny looking. I can be funny as well. A solid 82.5%. Come on, Tanya. Now Tanya's just messing with me. She's trying to rile me up here, telling me I have an 82% VPIP. Stop it. Kyle picking up a $687 profit on that hand. Kyle now moving up a little bit in the chip rankings. Should be third in chips, and he is. Excuse me. Kyle with 1,200 in chips, right behind Chuck at 1,500. Kenny back to leading the way at 1,700. Tanya busting my chops here, talking about 82.5% VPIP. Cotton? Come on in, be a co-commentator. You'd be good. That would work out really well. Dang, looking down at pocket queens, might be the best hand Dang's had all night. And he just flats it. Jack 10 suited from Kenny, but Chuck making the raise with a 7-4. This is kind of a wild game because we're starting to see some raises from people that we haven't seen on the table before on the live stream, and that are sort of like Brenton Barry style raises with the little cards, the suited connectors that are little. Kenny making the call with the Jack 10, and D goes ahead and gets out of the way. So we're three ways. Dang actually 3-bets it to 110 now. Or yeah, Dang 3-bets to 10. Chuck and Kenny both call. And it's going to be an ace-6-8, 2 spades. Chuck flopping this flush draw. Kenny, no help for Kenny's hand, but Dang with pocket queens is going to be slowed down a little bit by that ace on the board. So when he checks, Chuck's going to take the lead here. Chuck's going to bet it up here for $300. Kenny going to get out of the way here. I can't imagine he makes that call. Dang as well probably gets out of the way, and he does. So Chuck going to pick up the pot with just a flush draw, but that ace on the board sure doesn't hurt when you're dealing with an underpair. 36% aggression frequency from Chuck. Jimmy right behind him at 35%, and Jenny at 34%. Tanya, you need to go ahead and get up here early so you can come sit in the booth and be the co-commentator. Still don't know what you mean by cotton. Maybe I'm confused. Wouldn't be the first time. Oh, never mind. I get it now. I get it. All right. I'm probably almost as funny as Jason Bateman. Yes, I got it. Thank you. Kenny looking down at an ace-queen offsuit, and he's going to make the call to $35. D raising it, though. And Chuck flopping the set. Excuse me, proper terminology. He flopped trips. That is always the great debate. Some say it's not a set if you don't have a pair in your hands. I say it's a set no matter what. It's a set of 3. And he flops a set of 6s, so I'm going to say it. I don't care what anybody thinks. A set of 6s for Chuck. D bets the $100. Kenny and Chuck both making the call. And a 7 of diamonds on the turn, so it brings in the straight possibility and the flush draw. Chuck way ahead, and of course, without seeing D's cards, we don't know if he's actually the winner or not, but we do know that Kenny is betting into a dead hand right now. A made hand, not a dead hand. Of course, I didn't say that seriously. All right. Well, Kenny bets 300, and Chuck actually raises it up to 500 here, which means Kenny's going to go away. He's tanking on this, but he's doing it for show. He knows he's beat with the ace-queen. He's just trying to pull off a win there. I always try to be a good sport whenever possible. Chris now sitting down in the 2 seat. That would be Tanya's better half for those watching. D looking down at an 8-6 in the big blind. Straddle on the button from Dang. Ross with an ace-7 offsuit's going to raise it up here to 35, it looks like. Everybody's going to get out of the way. Jordan going to make the fold. Jenny with an ace-4. She's going to go ahead and make the call, though. And Dang with a queen-2 of spades with a decision to make here. Would be surprised if he goes ahead and makes that call, and he does. So 4 ways to a flop. Stacks heads up. $142 in the pot, and it's a 9-10 king, 2 diamonds. So Dang picking up the straight draw, the gutty. And really, that's just about it. D with the gutty as well. Everyone else still on hopes and dreams. A deuce of hearts. Dang now picking up a pair of 2s with his gut shot straight draw. If it checks around, which it will not, Ross will be probably betting here, and he does, reaching for chips, and he does make the bet. $60 to go, and that should earn him a win. I don't know that Dang would be making a call with that kind of hand, and of course D won't. I do my best. Kenny with a queen-3 of diamonds in the +1 position. It does not appear that we have a straddle on the table, so Ross is going to be under the gun here with an 8-5. And he does make the call for $5. Chris going to look down, not sure what he has. It doesn't look like they actually have him on the table yet. He does make the call, Kenny as well. Kyle going to just make the flat call there, and Chuck with queen deuce of hearts on the big blind. He checks his action. So I do see at least 2 diamonds on the flop, a 7 and a 5. Oh, 2 hearts, 10, 5, 7, 2 hearts. Chuck with the flush draw. Kyle with a pair of 10s. that. Sorry about the break there. Had a little bit of administrative duties to take care of, but we got it all taken care of. And moving on around the table, Chuck raising it to 40 with a king jack. Now that Chuck's chipped up a bit, he does not have a problem throwing some chips around. And usually if you're picking up any hands at all, and if you've picked up hands while you're climbing, most people will, that'll help you continue to pick up those chips, because people, once you've earned the respect of the table, they don't want to fight that chip stack. Tanya says, shout out to Kinsey doing a great job. She does do a great job in there. Taking care of everybody, making sure they have their chips, their drinks, whatever they need. King 9, 10 on the flop. So pair of kings for Chuck. We got a pair of 10s for Kenny. Got a straight draw. 6 of spades on the turn. So 6 of spades giving Kenny the straight draw as well. And he's going to go away though. Chuck with the $75 bet. And that's going to get folded around. Kyle not going to make that call either. Not with the queen. Not waiting on the gutty. So good bet from Chuck there. He's going to pick up the hand. Chuck with 2,300 in chips now leading the way. He's done pretty good for himself tonight. Definitely want to thank you for interacting, Tanya. Everybody else has just decided to be silent tonight. Kenny under the gun with Kyle on the Ross on the small blind. We still don't have Chris on the table for some reason, so we're not getting his cards scanned or anything like that. Kenny raising it up to $20 with a queen 4 of spades. Chuck making the call with an ace 9 of spades. So couple of spades on the flop, and this could get really, really interesting in a hurry. Ross making the call with a jack 9, ace 6, 8 on the flop. So Chuck picking up the top pair. No real help for anybody else at this point. Well, that is a sad situation then, Tanya. Kenny with a $75 bet, and Chuck just going to make the snap call. And a river deuce, so eights and deuces right now. I mean, aces and deuces for Chuck. He's going to have the winning hand there, and it's going to get check, check. Jordan with the 10, with the ace queen suited. Jenny with a queen 10 suited, going to make the call. Dang with pocket fives. He's going to definitely probably make the call as well. D folding with the king jack. I told y'all D can be a super top player at times. He usually is. 10-8 of spades from Chuck is going to make the call, and Ross is going to make that call from the straddle for 25 more. King 9-4 on the flop. Jenny picking up the flush draw. No real help for anybody else other than that. and a 10 on the turn, or excuse me, a 7 on the turn. A 10 king 4 on the flop with 1 heart. Nine, 7 on the turn. All right, a little bit confused. I can't really see, and I messed up that call. So, but I know for a fact I don't think there's a 9 of hearts on the board. I think it's a 9 of diamonds. But get a bet of there we go. We're trying to correct those cards. Got a bet of $100 from Chuck with a 10-8. So Jenny going to pick up, it's going to be an ace on the river. Ace of spades on the river looks like a 7. Looks like the 7 of clubs. So ace, 7, 9, king. I don't know what the first card is, though. I saw it. I caught a glimpse of it, but I'm not real sure what it is. Still trying to figure out what's going on here. The camera angle is not going to allow me to see that first card at this point until there's been some other action made. So Chuck trying to make a decision here with a 10-8 in his hand. He is going to lay it down. So eventually we should be able to see that card if we get to. Nope, we don't get to see it. However, Jenny does pick up the winner with $247 in profit. Chuck with $2,300 in chips. Kyle with a $1,200, Ross at $1,100, D at the bottom with $368. Chris now at $688, so they did get him on the table. Jenny going to look down at pocket aces. Dang with a queen 10 offsuit. So we'll see how this goes around. She's going to raise it up to $30 here, it looks like. She may, raise to 25. Dang making the call. D folding with a king 8. Chuck making the call with an 8-5 off. Not sure what Chris has, but he's looking down. $4-3-9 on the flop. No help for anybody, but Jenny's still leading the way with a pair of aces. Kenny with a pair of 9s, though, making the bet of $60, and Jenny going to make that call. A 5 on the turn, 5 of diamonds, so it does bring in the possible straight, gives Kenny the straight draw, and he's going to make it $85? $85 to go, or $110 to go, excuse me. $110 to go. Hey, Pat Shepard. Yeah, I'm not real sure there. Nothing's been said at this point, but they don't typically say too much as long as it's not impeding anything, I don't think. And a 10 of hearts on the river, Jenny picking up the hand. She's going to be the winner here unless she figures out a way to find a fold. But I don't think she's going to. Kenny going to check. That's going to let Jenny decide to make a move here. And I think Kenny thinks he might be getting into a bluff situation by checking, but I don't know. That's the decision he's going to have to make here. Thank you, Pat. Thank you. Hadn't seen you in a while. I hope you're doing okay. Kenny here really considering a call, which is, I mean, I'm not surprised because he checks here. I wonder if he thinks he's checking her into a bluff because he don't believe her on the tens. It doesn't matter what you call me or how you spell it, Pat. I've been called all kinds of things by lots of people, including you, sir. I'm just kidding. Jenny going to pick up that $405 profit, though, with her pocket aces. Kenny does find a fold. I'm glad he did there. That would have been pretty brutal. I'm going to step away for a quick break here. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Yes, Pat, I know it's always with love. You're a good man. Looks like we had maybe we have a straddle here. Ross in the +3 going to look down at a 9-8 offsuit. King Queen from Dang, he's going to raise it up to $40. D with the 2-3 going to go away. Kenny making the call with some undercover cards. 3-4-5. Chuck flopping the straight. Dang going to probably make a bet here. He does check it. It's going to check around. And a jack of hearts on the turn. See if Chuck's going to be able to get any money out of this from anyone. No one's going to pay him off, and he is going to find a win, though. And that's the most important part of it. I think he would agree. Chuck there in the 10 seat telling him how he does it all. Hey, that's what I need to do. If there's bags of money in the parking lot, I need to find them. Chuck with the King 7 of diamonds. There should be a $10 call there. He may raise it up, though. He does just call with the suited king. King 5-6 on the flop, 2 hearts, and Chuck flopping the top pair. He does lead out and going to get folded around too pretty quickly. When you've been hitting hands like he has the last little bit, you're not going to get many callers if they don't have a very good hand. Chuck under the gun now, which puts Kyle on the button. Dang on the button. $10 straddle from Dang. So it's going to be 8 to go. And, of course, what a perfect, maybe not perfect, but what a great hand to have on a straddle on the button there for, that's Kyle with the pocket jacks. Kyle just making the call of $8. Kenny with pocket deuces making the call as well. Or raises to 25. Jordan with pocket threes as well. And Dane calling with a 4-5 of diamonds. Ace-10 queen. No help for anyone really except for Kyle. He does pick up the straight draw. Kyle leading out for 50 after the flop. He does pick up the hand and the win. Good thing I don't think he really wanted a call because he didn't want to have to decide whether his jacks were good or if someone picked up that ace, king, or queen. Kenny staring down at pocket nines, raises to $50. That's the second time tonight he's had pocket nines. Jordan with the king, queen off, making the fold. Kyle folding as well. D making the call, though. D must have a hand. No, D did not make the call, excuse me. He folds and Chuck makes the call. Actually, Chuck does not make the call. What happens when I try to read the screen versus read the action? Chuck leading away with 2,400 in chips. D bringing up the tail end at 361. Jenny and at 1,700 and Kyle with 1,300. Chuck and Kyle doing really well. I don't know that Chuck ever lost his initial stack, but took him a while, and he finally started picking up a head of steam. Kyle was a couple of buy-ins in, I think, maybe three or four in, and Kyle has done very well for himself as well, now with a $1,300 or $1,400 stack. Chris in the 2 seat hadn't seen much action from him tonight, making the call with the ace-8 suited. Kenny he just makes the call here with pocket 4s. Action moving around the table to D, who's going to throw his cards down in frustration. Wouldn't be surprised if you don't see D last much longer. He's either going to get it in or he's going to leave if he doesn't seem to catch any cards. Ross raising it up to $45 with an ace-6 of clubs. So he's behind here, behind Chris and Kenny. And those guys both make the call. Chuck with cards that we can't see. Kyle with cards that we can't see. Both making the call as well. Dang with a king-9 also making the call. Six ways to a flop. Ace, king, queen on the flop. Wow. 2 spades. So if Kyle or Chuck have spades in their hand, they're sitting fairly well. Ace-6 and ace-8 both flopping top pair, but with that straight possibility out there, of course, Ross going to lead out for 160, and he's going to get the bigger hand of Chris off, and he's going to get the bigger hand of, not the bigger hand, he's going to get Kyle off as well. Kenny off. Kyle has already gone away with kings, and Ross going to pick up that pot. Rock doing a good job in the box as always. Of course, he's always, just like every dealer, he's always pissing somebody off every hand. Ace, king, 9 flop, 2 hearts. Jenny picking up the flush draw with her deuce, 5 of hearts. Jordan with the gut shot straight draw and a 10 of hearts. Got a little bit of a decision to make here. Kyle, however, with the just making it $50 out of nowhere. Goes ahead and makes the raise. Jenny makes the call here, though. The thing is, will Kyle have the gumption to continue to bet here, especially with the ace? He does make the bet. So Jenny's in a different position here, because if Jenny makes the call, she almost guarantees a check from Kyle with his hand. If she raises, she probably is going to get a fold out of him here as well. And she checks back. $75 bet, so Jenny now with the decision to make here. Again, as I was saying before. And if Kyle bet here, she would need to decide whether she's going to call. Because she calls, she induces a check probably on the river. But she does make the call, so let's see here. Be interesting if a heart comes, because I would expect, and it does come, I would expect that she makes a pretty large bet here, hoping that he feels like she's bluffing the hearts. A little bit of gamesmanship going on here, trying to maybe make him believe that she's going to make a bluff into this, but she's not going to. I don't think there's any way she can check this. She does not. She makes it a 125 to go. Excuse me, 175 to go. Kyle, of course, with no way to call here, so. For all of Kyle's huffing and puffing there, he's going to go away with a whimper. And Jenny picks up the pot. She does hit her flush, so D still down at 351. Chuck at 2,300. Jenny now right behind him at 1,900. Hadn't really called Chris's name much tonight, which he hadn't had a whole lot to play with or make a run with. King 10-4. Jenny picks up the pair of tens. 2 diamonds on the flop, though. Ross's cards on the buttons. Haven't been able to see them yet. So it looks like Dang might be leaving the table or moving. Chris going to move around into his spot in the 5 seat. Or 6 seat, excuse me. Jenny calling that $20 bet. And then a king comes on the turn, so Jenny now taking the lead by betting out 25. Trying to see if our pair of tens are good. Ross leading out on the flop. Could have been leading out with it. He does raise it up, and she lets it go, and he does show her the king. Chuck's still leading the way in VPIP at 67%. Jenny behind him at 57. Six-way flop. Not very uncommon here at Stacks. 8-5 ace. The 4-5 of Chuck picking up the pair of fives. Ross as well with a pair of fives. Six of clubs on the turn, bringing in a flush draw for Kyle. Chuck now with a straight draw as well. Kyle going to bet out $25. Chuck got to make that call with the straight draw and the pair of fives. Ross as well with the pair of fives going to make the call. Jenny with the queen 10, though, I can't imagine making the call here. And looks like she is going to go away, and she does. King of hearts on the river. No help for anyone. Kyle's only chance is to make a bet here, see if he can get anybody off. And Chuck says, no, I want to see what you got. Chuck actually making the raise to 175 here. Big raise for Chuck. Good job. Kyle, no way he can make this call. Chris now looking down at a king-queen offsuit. Maybe that seat change will do him a little bit of good. Dang did move seats over to D's old seat in the 8 seat. He looks down at a jack, king 9, suited, while Chuck makes the call of $20 with the jack 8 off. Ross with the ace 5 of clubs. Jenny making a very, very rare pre-flop fold here. 4 ways to a flop. We're going to see a deuce 5-6. So Ross picking up the pair of fives. No help for anyone else, really. Backdoor flush draw for the hearts. Don't know that it'll ever be seen, though. So Ross with the bet's going to pick up the pot of $67 profit. Chuck still leading away at 2,400. Kyle losing a little bit of headway there with down to 1,100. deuce on the flop, giving the trips to Jordan. But a third spade going to slow things down, as well as bringing in that straight draw. So Jordan does not want to see another. Jordan does not want to see another spade hit the board. And when the 6 on the river, the Jordan's picking up the boat. He picks up the win here. Unless somehow someone can bluff him off with maybe a check raise, but I don't see it happening. So Jordan now picking up a substantial pot and moving up the ranks a little bit. He's just under 1,000 in chips, while Kyle's back down to 1,000 and Chuck's still leading the way at 2,300. Go on and stack you some chips, Jordan. You've earned them tonight. You've earned them now. Tomorrow night, 7 p.m., our $3,000 guarantee, $120 max buy-in, $45 minimum buy-in. Thursday will be our $100 bounty tournament. $100 bounty tournament, $100 buy-in, $25 bounty. For every player you knock out, you get $25. Ross going to look down at an ace-queen offsuit, and he's going to raise it to $35. Jordan now with a bit of chips here with about just under 1,000. He's going to make the call with a queen-king offsuit. Jenny with pocket 4 is going to make the call as well, hoping to flop a 4. Three ways to a flop now. It's going to be ace 5-9, so Ross flopping top pair here. He's going to lead out for $75, it looks like. Probably going to get no callers. Unless Jordan thinks he's betting with a 9 or a 5, I don't see him calling. Jenny could make a call here just to see if she can catch him on the turn, hoping that he really does have the ace. She does make the fold, however, and Ross is going to pick up the $87 profit. I'll ask y'all out there that are listening, I mentioned it earlier and don't know who in there was still here or whatever, but give me your worst bad beat loss or your best bad beat win where you took a win on someone else's bad beat. You don't have to tell me the story. Just you can, if you don't want, you can just put the hand in the chat. I'll tell you one of my worst beats is I had pocket 8s we were playing, and the flop comes down 8-8 king, or excuse me, 8 king 8. I flop quad 8s. Turn is a king, and then the river is a king. And the man to my right, who had been calling me all along, had the 4th king. So he catches runner king to beat my quad 8s with quad kings. Wouldn't be surprised if that man's out there listening occasionally. Or watching or whatever. Jenny folds the wheel draw. And Dang with his mystery cards is going to pick up the pot with a $35 bet. Guess there just wasn't enough in that pot for Jenny to try to catch that wheel. Jared said he made a royal against seat 1's aces full of kings. That is a crazy board just to think of that board for that hand to happen, Jared. That's gross. Was that in Hold'em or was that in PLO? V-Pip now sitting down at the table with pocket 5s, and there he goes, folding the big hands. Pocket 5s. Major fold. Facetious, of course. All in for $350 from Kenny with an ace 3. Wonder if he's just getting a little bit bored, a little frustrated, having had the stack that he did. Could just be looking for a double up or go home type hand. Kyle with the Jack 8 offsuit. Thinking about it and deciding to go away. Don't think Dang will make the call here. I could be shocked, but I wouldn't think so. And Ross, of course, with the 10-5 of hearts. You never know about Ross, but I doubt he's going to make the heads-up call. Jared, another hand. Of course, this isn't really a bad beat. It's a hand that I folded. It was a PLO hand. And turned out to be like a $6,000 hand, but it was like $1,000 pre-flop. And I actually get out of the hand pre-flop. I had an ace. I think I had a king, queen of hearts, or ace, queen of hearts. I don't remember what I had exactly. I just remember that in the end, I would have had a royal flush that would have beat quads and aces full. I would have had the royal flush and the other two hands were quads and aces full. And I folded that hand pre-flop, made me sick to my stomach. Jenny with a Jack 5 offsuit. Let's see what she decides to do. She looks like she was the straddle. And but it's 80 to go, and she's going to make the call. Of course, Chuck making the call with a 10-5, so they're killing each other a little bit. But, oh, wow, and what a flop. 10-9 king, so Jenny picks up the straight draw. Chuck picks up the pair of 10s, and Dang with cards that we haven't been able to see yet. His cards have not scanned, so Jimmy does make the bet of $200, and Chuck gets out of the way quite quickly with his pair of 10s. Jenny at this point was $1,600 in front of her. Just heads up. Can't imagine that she makes this call for $200. Stranger things, however, have happened. Pocket 10s for Ross and pocket 5s for VPIP. Of course, Ross on the button with the straddle here, so he's going to raise it up a bit. John going to get out of the way with pocket 5s. 10-7 from Kenny. He's going to make the call to $90. So Kenny in a very bad position here. Jenny making the fold as well, and Chris going to go away. Dang with A 6-3 of diamond's going to make the call here. And Chuck, Jack deuce. Let's just see what he says at Chuck. Chuck with a jack deuce here going to make the call. King 7-8. So Kenny with a pair of sevens here, not knowing that he's going to be betting into Ross's. He's playing into Ross's pocket tens. Ross, however, going to make the bet of one. Looks like I missed. It looks like around 165. Oh, 200. Excuse me. The bet of 200. Kenny's going to probably go away here. I can't imagine. Either that or he's just getting frustrated at this point. Kenny does make the call here with a pair of sevens. Sevens, the only thing that's going to save him here, or a 9 at this point. He does pick up a 5 or a 9 as an out. So a 7, 5, or a 9. Excuse me, not a 5. A 7 or a 9. Only 2 cards that are going to help out with anything for Kenny. And we're going to go to a river, and it is an 8. So 10s and 8s for Ross. Kenny going to move all in. And just couldn't find many hands late. So we're going to have just one big blind here at $5. Jenny will be under the gun with a $1,600 stack in front of her, and Chris with $559 looking down at a deuce 4 in the +1 position. Jenny making the call with a king 5 of hearts, and Kyle going away. Chuck going to look down, probably going to raise here with an ace 9 of clubs. I'd be surprised if he doesn't. He does raise it to 50. VPip, however, with pocket aces, going to 3-bet, I would assume here. He does 3-bet it. So Jordan now going to go away, and Jenny soon to be right behind him, I would guess. So we're heads up to VPip and Chuck at this point. Chuck with 90 more to call, and he makes the snap call here. And John hasn't been here all night with Chuck, so he's not sure how he's playing here. And he does flop a 9, so that's good for John at this point. Chuck flopping the 9, he's willing to. He's very likely to play this aggressively. We do get a check and then a bet here, so 150 on the bet, maybe 200. Oh, 150. So 150 bet from John on the button here with pocket aces. Chuck may reach for a raise here, which would be a huge mistake. And it does look like that he probably is raising it. Nope, he just makes the call. Kind of hard to see. Chris's head just blocking the way. An 8 of clubs now bringing in all kinds of help for Chuck. He's going to check it. John's going to move all in for 250. At this point, Chuck can't go away. There's just too much in the pot. It's going to be 250 for him to see this card. And he is going to make the call. Or 275, excuse me. All in for 275 from John. Chuck going to make the call. And there's no way I see him getting away from that with this many outs. He needs any club, any 9, excuse me. Club or a 9. And it is a 10 of clubs. So the clubs on the river are going to give Chuck the win. John going to show the frustration, and John going to show the aces. Wow. That'll put VPip on tilt a little bit, but he won't tilt too much. He doesn't tend to tilt very often. Oh, Chuck, just chipping on up. Nice hand. Nice call by Chuck there. Like $400 buy-in there for John, probably. Want to thank y'all for tuning in and watching Stack Social Live here at Stack Social Club in Lubbock, Texas, 5004 Frankfort Avenue. We open every day at 1 p.m. Cash games start shortly after. We do have our weekly tournaments, our regular tournaments on Tuesday night, $3,000 guarantee. It's a $120 maximum buy-in, $45 minimum buy-in on that tournament. If you want to get in on any of the live streams, just call up here, get on the list. We're going to have live streams Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. We have the 2-5 on Monday and Wednesday. We have a 10-25 no limit hold'em on Fridays and a 1-2 no limit on Sundays. Jordan with the Queen Jack going to flop a pair of jacks, so he's going to flop top pair. Chris going to lead out with an ace-7 of spades. He's going to lead out for $25 and get a call from Jordan. So to the turn now is going to be an ace of clubs. So Chris hitting his out, one of his outs to better his hand. He's going to check back to Jordan. And the river is an ace as well. So Chris now with the boat. Jordan sitting here with aces and jacks. And he's got to be wondering, is his jack good because of the second ace hitting the board? Such a conundrum to have sometimes. You really think that second card, that second ace hitting the board is an indication that you're probably good with a lesser pair. But Jordan, a little bit too tight of a player to make that call. He folds, and Chris is going to pick up a pot. I think that might be his first or second pot of the night. Chuck now leading the way with 2,700 in chips. Got about another hour and 45, 50 minutes or so with you guys. So, again, you guys that are out there watching, text or chat, put in the chat your bad beat story, your bad beat win or your bad beat loss. Here's a good question. What's your biggest win? Your biggest cash win on a cash table? Not a tournament. What's your biggest cash night? Mine is 8,000. That is my largest profit. Of course, I don't play some of these bigger games that some of these folks play, but Chuck looking down at pocket eights. He actually has a real hand here to win with. Chuck's been doing good, though. Chuck's been playing a lot of hands, but he's been playing them well. He's actually done a really good job playing well with position, reading the cards, reading the hands, and reading the players. And he's just been getting, I'd say, lucky with some check raises, etc. Being able to knock some people off some winning hands. Got a raise to 50 from Chuck, and we're going to get two calls. Kyle with the queens, and then Ross with the 7-6. So Jack, 5, 2 hearts. No real help for anyone at all. Just keeps Chuck in the lead there with pocket eights. Dang looking down at pocket aces here. Chuck making the call with a 7-5. See what we got going. Kyle here making the call with his 10-6 of hearts. We don't get to see what Jenny has here, but we're going to get a $25 bet. And we're going to get calls, $35 bet, excuse me, from Ross making the raise, excuse me. Kyle getting out of the way and raising up. Dang's going to just make the call here. No, that's going to be a 3-bet here. 3-bet to 135 from Dang. Chuck with a 7-5, and we all know that Chuck's willing to make these calls, and he does. He does make the call with the 7-5. Are we going to see another gross crack of the aces here? John's already suffered once from that. VPIP getting him cracked earlier with Chuck. He did have a little bit better of a hand to start out with. He was suited, and he ended up picking up the flush, but $100 to Ross. With a queen deuce, I don't see him actually, well, I say that and Ross reaches for chips. I don't think Ross is making the call, and he does. Of course, Jenny's cards we don't get to see here. Jenny just took a bad beat, though, as you guys were watching earlier. Took a very bad beat. Had pocket jacks lose to the boat. All undercards on the board. Chris with the 8-6. He may end up just making the... No, he makes the fold here. Started to say he may have made the call just for sheer money. 10-8 in Jenny's hand. So we're 4 ways to a flop. Pocket aces up against ace crackers. I mean, that's all they are is ace crackers. That's all you can call those cards right there. So you got a queen 9-3. Ross now picking up top pair. We'll see where that takes him. Right now it's taking him down the trail to a loss if he's not careful. 585 in the pot. And Dang is going to lead out here for $375, $380. $380 bet from Dang. Ross with top pair. This is one of those hands where Ross really could be looking at this thinking that Dang has a smaller pair and he's just betting it, but he does. He does not call. He goes away. And it looks like the big man on the table has got him some racks. Jenny with a decision here. She does have a gut shot straight draw. She does have a low chip stack now compared to what she had. Still shows he has about 700. But doesn't look like she has that to me. Looks like, but I can't see. She could have more chips behind her water bottle over here. Jenny really putting a lot of thought into this, and I don't know if it's the tilt that's got her or not. And she does go away, so Dang's going to pick up that pot for $965. Be a $450 profit for him. It's going to be a jack on the turn, and oh my gosh, she would have hit the straight. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why you don't rabbit hunt. Oh, that's got to be frustrating. Chuck going to be cashing out with about 2,700 in chips, but he's leaving the table here, and that's going to leave Dang and Ross leading the way with 2,000 in chips. VPIP with a hand on the head over there, just a little bit of frustration. Jordan got to have that hoodie cinched up tight to hold those glasses on is what I'm guessing. I don't know about y'all, but if you're a Rangers fan out there, you're a little bit frustrated with this weekend and tonight. The Rangers losing to the freaking Detroit Tigers 7-2. What a loss. Andrew Heaney taking the loss. He's been pretty good, but a little bit rough as late. Now this could This is going to shape up to be a tough hand, especially if it's all undercards. You got Ross looking down with pocket kings. VPIP raises it up to 30 with pocket queens. And with this lineup here, we're likely to see some calls around the table. Dang making the call for the Jack-9. Jenny also makes the call as well. Ross making the call. So, Ross 3-bets it to 135, excuse me. Ross now 3-betting to 135. John doesn't have a whole lot of chips in front of him. I can't tell how many it looks. Well, he does have 470. So, does he elect to try to get it heads up here? It would be a mistake, but he is going to do that. He is going to raise it all in. Going to get folds more than likely around the table here. Jenny going to get rid of her cards. Dang probably going to get rid of his pretty quickly as well. And here we are. VPIP all in, and Ross going to make the call. $8-6-5 on the flop. No help for John. He's still trailing with queens. Don't know if we're going to get more than once out of this here. We are going to get more than once, so they are going to run 2 boards here. 8-9 Jack, so a 10 now helps John. Oh, and it's a king. How gross. He needs the queen and 10 only. And no good, so John going to lose both of these hands here. That's tough. Both boards going to Ross. He's going to pick up the pot of 560. And John has made his exit from the table. He is no longer going to take a beating. He has realized that tonight the cards just may not be falling for him. That's always tough right there. Think you're in a good position and then just take a loss. So Jenny now looking down, not sure what she's looking at, but she's lost about little over half her stack from where she was at her high water mark. Chris with a 7-4 of diamonds here, looking to just play a hand, it seems like. He's just ready to see if he can't catch something. Dang making the call as well. Jordan with the 8-9 offsuit. Ross going to make the call. Jordan looking down says, I got $800. It's worth a $20 call to see these 2 cards. Jenny making the call as well. Says she's getting 4-1 on her money, so she'll make the call. We're going to go 5 ways to a flop. Ace, deuce, 9, 2 spades. So Jordan now flopping second pair. We don't know what Ross or Jenny have. Got a bet here from Jordan for $40, and everybody's going to fold over to Dang. Dang makes the call with a Jack-10. He does pick up the straight draw on Jordan's 2 pair. And Ross making the call as well with 3 spades on the board. Looks like a 6 of spades on the river, though. No, it's a 6 of clubs. So 6 of clubs now. We don't know what Ross has, but Jordan going to look at it and bet out his 2 pair for $75. Going to see what Jordan thinks here. 3-5-7 on the flop. Going to give Dang the straight draw and top pair. Chris with the Jack 9 and 2 overs is going to make a bet here just in case he catches one of his overcards. It is I think it's a 3. Says it is, but we also don't know if it's a turn. I mean, if that was a burn card. And the river is, the turn is a 4. So the turn now, given Dang the 2 pair. So Chris really playing from a position of weakness. I don't think he can even, 5 is the only way he can even split this pot here. Going to get a 125, a bet of, a raise to 190 from Dang, and Chris is going to make the fold. Jenny with a Queen 9 offsuit going to make the call here. Ace 7 of hearts from Jordan. Chris with a 7-6, 5 ways to a flop. Dang's cards not being exposed. Ten, 5, 5, 2 hearts. Jordan picking up the flush draw, but Ross now with trip 5s. So this could be a very gross hand. So just FYI, y'all, everybody listening, we do have our Saturday 10K on the 8th of July. We will have it on the 8th of July, the weekend after the 4th. That will be Saturday the 8th at 2 p.m., $150 buy-in, $10,000 guarantee. We always surpass that guarantee, so make sure you're here because we've had that pot get up to around $15,000, $17,000 several times. It never goes under. It never hits just the guarantee. So y'all come on in and be sure to get in on that one. And an ace of spades on the river, so Ross going to win here. And Jordan could make the call here based on the fact that he picks up an ace. And he is going to make the call. And he's going to see the bad news. It's a big pickup there for Ross. It's a good little size pot. $265 win. Always got to love those. Jordan chip stack going down a little bit of a time. Chelsea says, "What's up, friends?" Hello, Chelsea. Welcome to Stack Social Live. Thanks for popping in on the chat. If you're here watching, go make sure you smash that like button. Help get our content out there. Going to a flop. 4 ways here. 6 deuce, 5 deuce are the only 2 hands that we can see. King 8, 3, 2 clubs on the flop. Jenny and Ross's hands unexposed at this point. We're going to get checked around and go to a turn. The turn's going to be a 10 of clubs. Brings in the possible flush. Jenny with a $15 bet, and Ross going to go ahead and make that call. So the 2 blind hands are the hands that we don't get to see. Still in the hand. Sure would be nice if we could see those cards. Jenny with a 10-4. We do get to see Jenny. She does have a pair of 10s. Ross, Jenny going to make it $40 to go, and Ross going to throw his cards away. So her 10s are going to pick up the win. Reminders, Wednesday night, we got the 2-5 no limit again, live stream. And then Friday, we've got the 10-25 no limit. Chelsea, even when you're here, you're not here, you know. Kind of out there. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Take a quick break, and I'll be right back here. All right, we got Tanya coming into the box. Tanya dealing to a bit of a shorter table. We've lost some of the players. Some of the bigger money left the table, but we still got some pretty good stacks. Dang over there with a pretty good amount of chips. Ross sitting over there with about 2,700. So still a good amount of chips on the table. So Tanya's first hand in. Chris is going to pick up a 6-5 of hearts. Dang with an ace-10. Jordan with a 9-8 off, and Ross with a 10-7 off. Raises to $40 from Jenny with pocket 10s, though. So let's see. And we're going to get called all the way around the table. It's going to be a 5-7-9. So Chris flopping the straight draw and the pair of fives. 9-8 for Jordan, though. He picks up top pair on the board, that is. with his 9-8. So he picks up a straight draw as well, a backdoor straight draw. And Dang folds his ace-10. So you get a bet of $50 from Jenny and a call from Chris, a call from Ross. Jordan going to make this call here as well. If you remember earlier, he did pick up a hand with a 9-8. So it is a 5 on the turn. So Chris now picking up the trip 5s. So Chris picking up trip 5s now leads the way. Jenny going to bet out here as if she's still leading, and little does she know that she is not. But she probably doesn't imagine a 5 being out here right now. She does make the bet to 150. Chris could just flat here and hope that someone else calls, but he's not. Looks like he is going to go ahead and move all in. He's going to get this thing heads up to the river. Matt, the minimum buy-in on the 2-5 is, I believe, 100. So if you want to buy into the 2-5 game, it's a minimum of 100, I believe, and as well as the 1-2 game on Sunday. 4 of spades on the river is going to give Chris the win. Chris showing the trip 5s already. Jenny showing the disgust. Can't believe that he made the call. And although I understand the frustration of losing an overpair to a smaller trips, it's not like she can blame too much for Chris making that call pre-flop with a 6-5. I mean, she's been doing it, and everybody's been doing it. Everybody does it, that's for sure. And thank you, Chelsea, for verifying that, yes, it is a $100 minimum buy-in on this 2-5 no-limit game. Jordan going to look down at ace-queen suited here in the small blind. Dang raised it up to 15, so let's see if we get a little bit of a 3-bet here. And we do. It's going to be a 3-bet up to $45 or $50 here. 3-bet to $50. Dang now going to look down and decide what he wants to do. Can't imagine he'd go away since he raised it initially. Jordan with the ace, queen of clubs. Dang, of course, we don't get to see his cards because there he goes. He's going to try to scan him here, and we're going to get a jack on the flop for Jordan. I mean, a queen on the flop for Jordan, a jack, queen, 9. So he does pick up the top pair, although it does bring in the straight draw. Dang with the $75 bet. I can't imagine Jordan going away so easily here. Imagine he either makes the call here or... yeah, he does make the call. The king of clubs could be very gross here because it could bring in... it is a 10 of hearts, though. So it does bring in the 4 cards straight. So now just a king or an 8 beats Jordan. With the check and the check back, we get a river of a 9 of hearts. Now brings in all kinds of hands. Jordan here going to go ahead and take the lead out. He's going to bet up $50 and see what Dang decides to do. Matt, the live streams are going to be Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. Monday and Wednesday will be 2-5 no limit. Friday will be a 10-25 no limit game, and that minimum buy-in is $400. And then Sunday will be a 1-2 no limit game. Dang with the big raise here the raise here to 275. Not sure what Jordan thinks he's beating here, but I mean, it's obvious what he's beating, but kind of hard to think that he could justify making a call here for 225 more. It is a $580 pot at this point. So he would be getting nearly 3-1 on his money. But again, as tight as Jordan's a pretty tight player, and I would suspect he goes away from this hand, but we'll see here in just a minute. And he does fold. I don't know if he was really thinking of making that call or if it was a little more acting, but I mean, I can understand why he would consider calling there, being check raised like that, but so a raise to $15 from Ross. We're not sure what his cards are, but Jordan's going to call with pocket fours. Chris with a 9-10 suited here. So suited connectors for Chris. Dang with an ace-4. He makes the fold. And it is going to be a ace-7-5, 2 diamonds. So Chris picking up the flush draw. Dang picking up the pair of aces. He did make that call, by the way. So it's $35 to call for Ross. He makes the flat call, and Jordan more than likely going to go away, and he does. Before I can even finish my sentence about it. And Chris making the fold. Wow. So he flops the flush draw, and he makes the fold for $75. Ross had raised it to $75. A little bit shocking. Now, with the 9-10, that does bring in the straight draw that Chris would have had, but really that's just more of a hang-up more than it is a help. You don't really want to see that card come on the turn if you're Chris, because that's really more of a hanger card. It's a hook. Actually was a literal hook there. Over under on Dang's tower falling. Over under what? How long? Or what? It'll be a matter of whether if he actually knocks it over. I don't think it'll fall otherwise. Unless someone intentionally jiggles the table. We ain't ever seen that happen before on the table. Now have we, Chelsea? Tanya doing a great job in the box as always. Rarely making mistakes. She is a professional dealer, however, as are all of our dealers. Time frame. Oh, I would put the over-under at 40 minutes. Dang with a 7-6 here. We got 3 ways to a flop. 6 deuce, 7-6, and 2 unknown cards. We're going to get a 3-6-9 on the flop. So Jordan and Dang both flopping a pair of 6s, but Dang's unbelievably way bigger kicker. Queen of clubs on the turn does give Jordan a flush draw. But it is a 7 on the river that gives Dang 2 pair. And he is probably going to be betting this out here. And he bets up, looks like $50 to go. Jordan possibly making this call, thinking that he may be good with his 6s. But no wonder Chelsea's wanting the over-under on the time frame. She's the one walking around the table bumping it. I got you. Well, considering I don't think she's got the guts to bump it hard enough to knock it down, I'll still say 40 minutes. Jordan really tanking over a $50 call here. He does make the call, and he's going to lose. What do they say? Think long, think wrong. A little bit of frustration on Jordan's face there. He's had a pretty good sized chip stack, and then, you know I'm crazy, girl. Dang with a 10 king offsuit, Ross with a queen 8 suited, Jordan with a 9 jack offsuit, raises it to 40. Chris with a queen 10 offsuit makes a call. So a lot of combinations of here that if anybody hits their cards, someone's going to be picking up straight draws. That's just the way that's going to go. So let's see how that happens. And it's going to be a 6-7 deuce, just as I suspected. The only one even sniffing a straight right now is Ross and Jordan. And they're both sniffing them from pretty far away. So Ross and Dang leading the way in chips in this 5-handed affair right now. We're with you for about another hour and 10 minutes or so. Jordan with cards that we haven't yet seen, going to make the call for $10. And Jenny as well. Chris with pocket 10 is going to raise it up here. He's going to raise it up to $30, $40 and going to get folded around too. And he's going to win about $22. It's better than a loss or a sharp stick in the eye. Jordan with a pretty big hand here, especially 5-handed with ace king offsuit. He's going to get a call from Jenny and a call from Ross, or a check from Ross. Ace deuce 10, so Jenny picking up the pair of 10s, but Jordan picking up top pair. We're going to get a check all the way around to the turn. Jordan going to bet out a little bit here. He can't let this go by the wayside again. He's going to make a $25 bet into this pot. Going to get a call from Jenny with a pair of 10s and a wheel draw. And it is a 5. So Jenny wins is going to win this hand with 10s and 5s unless Jordan's somehow better off of it. And he does not. his one fancy outfit Jimmy Dang has on there. The super tight vest and the khaki shorts. Or the dress shorts, I should say. King 10, and no, I'm not making fun for anyone. I'm just saying, it's a snazzy outfit. 9-7 for Chris. He picks up the pair of 7s. Jenny with cards unseen. And Jordan with a King 10 bets out for $15. Chris looking around, trying to decide what he wants to do. 1 over on the board, and he's still deciding what he wants to do. Oh, Chris bets 15, excuse me. 6 on the turn now. Chris going to probably bet. Check. It is. And a queen of hearts on the river. Going to give a flush to somebody who would have had 2 hearts. But not of these 2 guys. Literally every live. I think I know what you're referring to. Got to look good for the cameras. All right. Jordan making the bet, and he's going to pick up the hand. He's going to get a fold out of Chris there. As I sit here and commentate this, I don't know anybody out there listening that's baseball fans, but I will never get the frustration. The frustration gets to me. And it doesn't matter what game it is. You got 2 on and no out. First and second and no out. In a tie ball game, bottom of the 9th, you're batting as the home team. 2 on, nobody out. What do you send a batter up there to do? You send him to bunt. Move the runners over. Take away the double play. Anything out of the outfield in a fly ball is going to score a run. Anything in the infield, more than likely, is going to score the winning run. And no, you give the guy free will to swing. So 9-7 is going to pick up a pair of 9s here. Dang with the backdoor straight draw, as well as Jenny with the backdoor. And Ross with the backdoor. So Ross still leading the way with 27 and chips. Dang behind him at 2,100. Chris with 958 now. He's battling his way back. Helps when you trip up on a 6-5. Jordan with it, and a great hand that was, by the way. That wasn't talking crap. I would never do such a thing, first of all. Secondly, I was genuinely impressed with the 6-5 call. Especially from Chris, who's typically a tighter player. Ross with the 4-deuce offsuit going to fold. Jimmy going to pick up a $7 win. Chelsea says, I tell lies. I tell no lies. Chris with a queen jack of hearts here. Going to just make the flat call. And dang, doesn't even look like he looks at his cards before he checks that straddle. King 10-3, 2 clubs. Jenny with the flush draw. Chris picking up the open ender. And Ross with a pair of 10s. And Jimmy's cards unseen as well as Dang's. We don't know what those 2 are holding, but So you can say I would figure Jenny would have made that bet. She does bet out $10 and gets called around the table. It is a ace of spades. An ace of spades now giving Chris Broadway. So Chris here going to go ahead. Jenny's going to bet out. And you're going to see. Oh, no, Jenny makes the check. Excuse me. And Chris is going to lead out for $45. $45 going to induce a few folds here, I'm sure. Not sure what Jimmy has. I'd suspect he has a part of that pot. Or excuse me, a part of that hand. But he's not trying to draw at this point. He came back. He's had a rough go of it. Jenny makes the call, though, with a club draw. So she needs to see a black card and prefers it to be a club only. And it is the 9 of clubs. Wow, she's done it. She picked up the flush on the river. So Jenny now going to bet it. I'm surprised she makes the check here. Chris, though, typically one not to bet into a possibly better hand, is going to bet. And he is going to find out quickly that she picks up her flush because she does raise it to 200. And Chris, though, having already bet bet 75, he's going to put the 125 into call and see the bad news. She does pick up the flush, and he knows. He just can't get away from it, and that's understandable. I mean, you turn Broadway there, and, it opens the door for the flush, and so you got to make that decision. Is she bluffing the clubs, or did she actually hit them? And unfortunately for Chris, she did actually hit them that time. Those flush draws have been hitting on the river, though, that's for sure. Tuesday night, tomorrow night, 7 p.m., we have our Tuesday $3,000 guarantee, 120 maximum buy-in, 45 minimum buy-in. We rarely, if ever, don't exceed that guarantee. Jordan with a queen 9 offsuit's going to make the call here. Dang going to fold. Ross with pocket 4 is going to make he's just going to check, I guess. We're going to go 3 ways to a flop. 2 diamonds, Jack 10. So Jordan now with the open-ended straight draw. Jenny with flush draw. And Ross still with pocket 4s. Jenny going to bet out for $15. Ross going to go away. And Jordan going to make the call for sure. Yeah. Open-ended, he's going to see 1 card here. He doesn't want to see a diamond, that's for sure. And it's going to be the 7. So he does pick up another straight draw. And he does miss it, though. King high is going to take this hand. They run it down. Looks like our chip counts are a bit off, as Jenny does not have $136 in chips. Jenny's about 600. 650. Looks like she has a few more greens than that, so she's probably around 700 in chips. So Jordan going to look down in the small blind, 8 to call, straddle on the button from Jimmy with a king queen off. Jordan going to make that call for sure. Jenny for 5 more going to make it as well. Chris hustling back to the table and just in time. Good job, Chris. He just about missed his pocket aces. He's going to be happy he made it back to his seat, or I say he will. Depends on if he gets them cracked. Aces have not done well tonight. Just ask VPIP. John was a brutal victim of the flush. So Ross looking like he's getting ready to go. We're going to get a raise to $40 from Chris, and we're going to get called all the way around the table. Jenny's cards, of course, not being able to be seen, nor Jimmy's, but Ross with the 5-3 of clubs. Now we got 10-8 and 6-5. Oh, my gosh. A 10-8 and a 6-5. So 2 diamonds on the board, no help for anybody, but the straight draw and the pair, both pairing up, 8 and a 5. Chris, however, going to raise it up to $75. Going to get called from Jimmy. Jimmy with second pair, thinking he's going to be good. At this point, he's not. He does have a straight draw, a backdoor straight draw. Jenny, however, does have a straight draw. She's got the gutty. So she just needs the 7, but she is going to go away and let these two gentlemen hack it out. We're going to get a jack of diamonds on the turn. That should slow things down for Chris. He may bet here. He may not give Jim. Well, he does check, and Jimmy does move all in. Tough for Chris here. I think he's going to look at it and decide that if Jimmy's got it, he's got it for that amount of money. So he needs a queen or a 7 to win this, or a 10. Queen, 7, 10, and he does not. He does lose the hand. Chris's aces hold up. Jimmy had a ton of outs, though. He does have a ton of outs after that turn. Any 7, any queen, any 10, any 8. He has a ton of outs there. And it holds up for Chris. So Chris now bumping on up. No longer going to call these chip counts out because they're clearly not correct. Chris with a 10-6 of spades in the big blind. And looks like we had a straddle. Jordan with the straddle with ace 4. Ross calling $10 with a jack 9 of diamonds. Excuse me, jack 9 off. 3 diamonds on the flop, though. Jordan with an ace 4 of diamonds, so he's going to be having the nut flush draw here. He's going to lead out for 20, and Ross with the 9 of diamonds is not going to play. He's not going to take any kind of chances there. 9 high flush, 4 carded is not going to be good enough to play. Can't really tell what. Looks like Jenny's watching food. She's watching food videos over there. Chris with the 10 deuce folding. And dang with the tower of power over there with the big old green stack. Ross with the 10-7 of clubs going to make the call. Jimmy with the 10-7 of diamonds as well making the call and going to get a raise off the button straddle from Jenny. She raises to 35. Of course, you know you're going to get calls from all of these people at the table. There's no one going to make this fold here. Not with these cards and not having already called $10. So 4 ways to a flop. Dang. Jenny does have ace-king offsuit and dang with a 4 deuce. This is going to be amazing if the 4 deuce wins. I know there's a 4. Oh, is that 2 4s on the flop? No way. Oh, no, it's a 4-7. So Jimmy and Ross now picking up 7s. Jenny picking up the king, and then everybody hits a hand. Now a third heart does hit the board, so that should slow everybody down. We're getting checks all the way around. We could get checks again here on the river. Dang could. We're going to get a bet here from Jenny. Dang goes away. So the only possible flush to be there goes away. But Jimmy makes the call. So Jimmy and Jenny. Jimmy raises it to 150, excuse me. Jimmy raises it to 150. And Jenny makes the call. So heads up to the river. And it is a jack of spades, so it's going to get check, check, and Jenny is going to win with a pair of kings. Shows the pair of kings, pulls the pot. Going to get a raise to $20 here. called around the table. Of course, we're five-handed now. Six-handed, excuse me. Six-handed now. Pocket king's in there for Jordan. And he just makes the flat call here. Oh, no, it's his option. It was a double straddle, I guess. Jordan going to raise it up. Looks like he's going to raise it up about 60 more. So he's going to raise it up to $90 total. He folds around the table, and he is going to pull this pot as is. He's going to make an $80 profit, so that's not a bad bet. $80 is worth it. Jordan moved back up. He's got 486 in chips now approximately. Looks to be about right. He doesn't have 6. He must have 487. He might even be a little short of that. So with about an hour left here, we're going to continue playing five-handed. I'm going to take a small break. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back with Jenny looking down at an ace-10 offsuit. King Jack suited from Dang raising up to $35. Eric now sitting down at the table. Makes the call for 35 as well. Jordan, Jenny, and Chris all making the call as well. So 6 to a flop, and King Jack 8, 2 hearts. So Dang flopping 2 pair. Jenny, however, flopping the Broadway draw. Jordan and Eric both flopping a pair of jacks. Of course, not sure what Jimmy has. Ross leaving the table now. Good run for Ross. He had a steady climb up there, looking like he's walking away with about 2,800 or so in chips. A bet of 15 from Jenny and a raise to 150 from Dang. Jenny now climbing her way back up to 695 or so in chips, round 7. This looks like she has a little bit more than that to me. And she does make the call. Jenny needing to see a queen on the turn. It's a 7 of diamonds. So she does actually pick up another straight draw. 9 gives her the jack high, but she's going to check it. And Dang, of course, going to continue to be aggressive here. He doesn't care that the straight draw actually hit. He thinks she may be on the flush draw. And, of course, Jenny now trying to decide if 325 is worth a call. So all she did was pick up more outs, get herself close to being hung, and it was an 8 on the, or 7, no, an 8 on the river. 8 of spades would have been the river card, so she folds good there. Eric with the bet there, going to pick up a $32 profit. Not a real hard bet there to pick up that win. Got about 40 more minutes with you guys, I think, here. Yeah, about 40 more minutes. Don't forget about our Tuesday night tournament tomorrow night at 7 p.m. $3,000 guarantee. 120 max buy-in, 45 minimum. Next live stream is going to be Wednesday night. It's going to be another 2-5 game starting at 7 o'clock. Our live stream will start at 7. If you would like to get in on the action, though, call up here to Stacks and get on the list. Make sure you're in from the start. Jimmy raising to 115 with a deuce 4 of diamonds. Getting a little bit crazy here, but he's going to get a call from Jenny with a 9-6 suited. So we're going to go heads up to a flop here. Queen 10 deuce. Jimmy picking up the pair of deuces. Jenny, however, going to check back to him. It's going to be a 3 of diamonds, so now Jimmy with the pair and the flush draw. And it's going to be a queen on the river. Jimmy with the pair of 2 is going to pick up the win. Unless Jenny bets him off of it. He is going to be first to act, though, so don't be surprised if he does not bet. I mean, don't be surprised if he does bet. Jimmy always trying to get a read on somebody. So Chris moving back around to the 1 seat. I don't know when that happened, but because I wasn't clearly paying attention to the seating order, but not too long ago, I don't think. Chris going to look down at Big Slick suited here, clubs. 3 bet to 60, and Jimmy going to go away. Dang, of course, it initially raised it to 15, and he makes the call. So we're heads up to a flop, pocket 6s versus Big Slick. 3-5-5 on the flop, 1 club. So Chris still needing some help, but he's going to bet it up. Dang, knowing probably that a 3 bet here was not going to be a 5, but was it overpair? He does go away. So Chris with the bet, picking up the $65 profit. Yo Mo in the house. Mo gonna sit down, see what he can do. Pocket eights for Jordan, ace 10 and a queen jack, so Mo flopping top pair. Jordan, however, going to bet out 75 and Mo making the all-in bet for 80. $10 on the turn. And a 4 on the river. So Jordan going to double up Mo. Mo looking just a little confused as to why Jordan's frustrated. But hey, how was he supposed to know that you flopped the top pair there? Only card over his. And you hit it. I wonder if there's any complaining going on the table. I'd be highly surprised if there was not. Jordan now looking down with an ace-queen, feeling a little bit burned. He's going to raise it on up right now to $25, see if he can get some callers. Jenny with a 10-9 going to make that call pretty quickly. Mo going to fold. Eric going to make his fold as well. Chris, 25 to call. He's going to look down, not sure what his cards were, but he's going to fold them. And Jimmy with a king 10 of diamonds going to make the call. So he's actually going to, yeah, he just makes the call here. So 3 to a flop and a king 8-5 on the flop. So Jimmy now flopping top pair. Jordan in the small blind position, first to act. He is going to check it, and it's going to get checked around to Jimmy. Jimmy going to lead out for what looks like to be $75. No, it's going to be $65, excuse me. 65 to call to Jordan. Jordan now sitting back pretty low stack compared to what he was. I have no idea where the mics are, young lady.
But they can't see the hands. Ooh, he's gonna he called
some
back.
Miller lights back there? Yes, sir.
Oh, I would play that differently.
Yeah.
You know I ain't on the.
Nah, he don't never say nothing like how he would have played. Because he would have played horrible. No, I'm just saying.
I should check and you back, huh?
Are you gonna watch this?
If it's coming out, I gotta wait for the
I'm the only one in the channel.
Yeah, he does do that a couple times. But actually, he be calling it right. Like, he should call. If it was done, he actually had.
Eric with a king, queen of spades here. Gonna look down at the king, queen of spades. Dang, gonna look down at ace 3 off, and he's gonna make the call. Raised up to 25 by Eric with the king, queen suited. Jordan with a king 10, far behind now. He's gonna look down to make the call. Mo should be making this call out of sheer pot odds. Jenny making the call as well. So here we go. Raised by Eric. 5 ways to a flop. We're going to get a 10-3-4. So Dang picking up the pair of threes with the ace. But Jordan here now in good position if a king hits, because he's going to have the 10. He has a pair of 10s. Eric's going to make the bet here of $40.
He barrels out.
Jordan with top pair not going to go anywhere. In fact, he could go ahead and get it all in just to see if he can't get it heads up. Probably the right move. He just doesn't know if he's going to be facing diamonds anywhere. He is going to make the move to all in for 166, it looks like. So, going to get folded around the table. Eric, I can't imagine, folds his hand. Now that he's sitting there with overs, he knows he's sitting with his over. He just doesn't know that only one of his overs is good. Because as it sits, a king, and he still loses. Well, ask and you shall receive, because I unmuted it because we'd been having technical difficulties earlier with feedback.
Come out 8,
All in for 145, and Eric actually does make the fold.
and then the next turn.
So Jordan gonna pick up the $140 profit here. Good job, nice
other
bet
one,
there.
On the bottom, I had a flush
no.
draw.
Thank you.
I see that hand.
And
I see that hand. They got.
that's what messed me up.
Yeah, they got all.
He had queen eight. I had jack eight. I mean,
I see that hand.
3 8s and 2. You know that hand y'all had to flush? If I would have called, I won because I turned it straight.
Button straddle.
You had trip
22 and
sixes.
5.
I needed a jack or a 6. I seen that you had a jack and 2 6s, so it was a 1-outer or like,
10 to call or 2 to fold.
I mean, I'll take the folds.
No, fold. Eric makes it 60. Chris and Jimmy
You
fold.
did do good. Quick. You do good today.
I fold.
Not really.
60.
Early, no good.
Jenny calls.
Early, no good. Try to play good, try to do good tonight.
Yes.
Earlier, I couldn't get nothing to go
And
right.
a fold.
So actually, the same thing they made. They had all the
That's up.
all of that.
You do.
And then I run to the email. I buy out my little play a lot too. Triple hand. And then come down with it. Over there, you don't find the hard to get back. Yeah. Slow.
It's small, yeah.
Oh.
Over here, you lost $500. You hit a hand because when I look at my hand, one hand, $2,500.
Mm-hmm.
You had a seat. You had a flat draw. I got a full house. Oh, 3 6. I got a full house. All in, all in. And that guy had his straight. He all in me. He all in me full house. He all in me.
And a check.
Goodness.
Check. $125. And a fold.
Triple up, yeah. Danny.
No problem.
Thank you.
Jenny picking up that hand with trip 8s. And dang, folding the ace 8 on that hand a little bit. He's got to be frustrated for himself that he let that one go. He's played a lot worse hands for probably more money.
Fold. 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 Check. Three players. Check. Check. And check. 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 20. Fold. Thank you.
Danny, you have to get back the money not on you lost. Me too. I have to take that money today. You work tomorrow too, Danny?
Yeah, you did. Button straddle. Ten to call. $20. Fold, fold, fold. And call. On the button. Heads up. Check, check.
You still have that torture?
30 and a fold.
Dang losing a little bit of headway there. He's down to 2,000 from about 2,100.
Greedy, greedy.
I think he might be tightening up a little bit. I don't know.
Five for phone.
Jordan looking down at an ace-jack offsuit. Jenny with a 9-3 of spades, but she's not at the table. So Jordan going to raise it up to 15. Mo looking down. We don't know what his cards are, but he makes the call. He has the 10-9 of hearts. Dang making the call with the king-4 of clubs. He don't want to miss those trips again if they hit. Eric with a jack-9, and then Jimmy making the call with a 6-3. Chris making the call with a king-jack.
Check.
9-6-5. Jimmy picking up the pair of sixes. 2 clubs on the board though. Now Dang picking up the flush draw. Jordan, however, with the ace of spades, so he does. I mean, the ace of clubs. He does have a blocker.
Call here. Fold.
Get a bet here from Mo for $35. Dang, of course, making that call. Eric as well with the pair of nines, flopping top pair. Jordan with 2 overs, then a blocker. Waiting for Jimmy to make a decision. Jimmy gonna take a no. Jimmy gonna go ahead and make the call. Thought he was gonna take a typical Jimmy move and try to raise it up here. Jordan goes away. He'd be frustrated if he sees an ace or a jack hit here. He's a queen of diamonds, so no real help for anybody. The jack-9 and the 10-9 both still with just a pair of nines, while Dang's still sitting around with a flush draw.
165. Fold. Fold.
Good back.
Really?
Dang with the 165 bet. Mo really sitting there thinking on it. He's trying to decide whether that's a bluff on the queen or what, and it really was a bluff on the queen, but sure would like to see that river, see if it hits, but we're not going to find out.
Thank you.
Just want to see the time. No trouble.
Going out there with 9-10.
Danny, I ship you call.
Huh?
I ship.
I flopped it.
No, before. Oh, did you?
Hold on.
Oh, I ship it.
What time is
Oh.
it? What time is it? Okay.
7:18.
I'm gonna let you know. At 11:40.
Yeah, that's it.
Button straddle.
They can watch it.
I'm more cheap. I got a 9.
Nah, I didn't flop.
Let's do one time.
I have 9.
Double straddle.
I was on a big draw.
Big draw.
Jordan going to be under the gun here, but Jimmy going to be first to act. Chris with a $10 straddle on the button.
I'm on a big draw.
Oh, man.
Dang with a 10-9.
If you push, I'm gonna call you.
So it looks like there was a double straddle from Jenny, and Mo's going to be first to act, and he folds 8-5. Dang with a 9-10 going to make the call.
I bet that whoever.
Eric with a queen jack making the call as well. Chris going to look down and see what his cards are. We, however, are not going to get to see them just yet. Jimmy with a king 8 making the call. Jordan as well, and Jenny looking down, going to check her queen deuce and
Jordan called.
in the straddle position. So Jordan going to be the first to act. Queen, Jack, 3, rainbow on the flop. So Eric now flopping 2 pair while Dang flops the open-ended straight draw. Eric going to bet up to $40. Chris going to go away. Jordan as well going to go away. Jenny going to hang around with top pair. Little does she know she's far behind. And Dang with an open ender, he's got to make this call here. He's got to see one hand, or one more card for sure.
You know, still not comfortable.
If I hit that queen, I do it. If I hit the queen, I call it.
So 3 ways now to a turn.
All in for
Nine.
Oh, excuse me. Jenny had raised it to 100. My bad.
You could have a free prize.
Dang makes the call, and Eric makes the call. Eric makes the move all in.
Three.
So he's going to go ahead and move all in here. Jenny with a decision to make. She's got to know that more than likely he's got the queen and she's out kicked. But sometimes people just don't believe that anyone has anything around here.
I got to change it. Ma'am, you tell me it.
Yes.
So it's an all-in bet here.
Really?
And not sure what Jimmy's complaining about here, but looked like he was anyway. Maybe he was not.
You watching it, man? No, I'm
So it is all into Jenny. She's trying to make a decision here, and she probably, man, she keeps reaching for those chips like she wants to make a call, but she is in a bad situation here. She is dead to runner twos or runner twos. She got to have runner two. Oh, don't, Jenny, don't do it. Don't throw your money away like that, girl.
Don't give me $5.
Look at that two. Look at it. Look at the two. Just look at the two.
Next time
Would you just look at it? Just look at it. Oh, she makes the raise. I mean, she makes the bet and gets raised. Does she make the call? She does not. She does fold here. So we're now heads up. 445 to call. I know that's rough, but that's an $850 pot. 445 to win it. I think I'm making that call. I know I'm terrible player here, but I think I'm making that call if it's me. He does make the fold. Eric does pick up the pot. And what does he show? Show the jack. He does show the jack.
You're too fair.
Crazy. Wish we could see those runner cards there. That turning river, but
Spare nobody.
we are not going to get to see it.
You'll have to do it, you're gonna have to.
Thank you.
That's the only way I call.
We don't have to do that.
No, she don't have ace queen. Ace queen, she call you right away. Call right away.
Oh, I just scared, he may got a set of three,
Oh,
She should just call so I can buy that straight.
Buy the straight.
Open-ended straight. I was open-ended.
Jordan looking down at pocket eights right now on Jenny with blind cards.
If she called in pot odds, you know.
Mo, however, with pocket aces. We've seen these a few times tonight. More than normal, it looks like. Mo going to raise it up to $50. Dang with the snap call. Don't see what he has, but he does make a snap call there.
Yeah, I just want to wait at the tournament.
Jordan, of course, going to make the call to 40, and
Yeah, let's see.
so we're 3 ways to a flop. Don't know what Dang has, but how gross would an 8 and an ace be here? Looks like we got a 4-5, 4-7 queen. 4-7 queen. We're going to get an all-in here from Mo. So it's going to be 80, 120. So 120 here with Dang in this position. And Dang having pocket nines goes away. However, Jordan folds as well.
Your pair was better than mine, buddy.
The river was a 5. Don't know what the turn was though.
I had ace.
Clearly, it was not an 8.
I did an 8 on the flop.
Jimmy Dang with 2,100 in chips, just hanging strong. Chris at 1,000 in chips. He's made a good little comeback. Everybody else sitting around the $500 to $800 mark.
thank you. Five to five. Four.
Eric with a queen 10 of hearts. He's going to raise it up to $25. Chris with a 7-8, going to make the call as well. No, actually, Chris makes the fold. Excuse me. Jenny with a king 3 of hearts. So having a better hand there, or excuse me, a chance at a better flush there. Does have a better starting hand as well. 7-5-4. Chris kicking himself in the rear. Not yet, but he could be. King Jack, 2 clubs. On the board, King Jack for Mo, and Jimmy with his unseen cards going to make the bet here. Going to make a bet of $65, $60.
So what do you want to do? Okay, you want to check out for you.
Six of clubs on the turn and an ace of hearts on the river. So Jenny, Jimmy checking it down. Ace 8 of clubs. Jimmy hitting the nut flush, hitting a straight and the nut flush on the turn with a straight flush draw. And he hits. He already had a ton of made hands that were winning, and he could only strengthen them.
What you pick that? Did you pick, man? Everything that guy.
I'm going to remind everybody that next Saturday, July 8th, they will have the $10,000 guarantee. Saturday at 2 p.m., $150 buy-in, $10,000 guarantee. That tournament always surpasses the guarantee. Usually ends up around 13,000 nearly every single time. Pocket 4s for Jimmy. He's going to raise it up. Excuse me, he's going to call the raise. Eric with a queen 4 going to raise it up. We're going to go 6 ways to a flop. 2 mystery hands, Dane's and Chris's. 3 spade, ace 3 10, 2 spades on the flop. Ace 10 3 on the flop here. So Jordan picking up top pair. Jenny, of course, with the pair of 10s. Of course, we don't know what Dane has. So Jordan going to bet it up here. He could make a move here to try to buy this pot. He's ahead. He makes the fold. I thought he was going to make the shove here. So Eric's queen 4 looking like it's going to win.
What do you need?
So Jenny and Eric now. Jenny with the pair of 10s going to be the winner. Jordan going to be kind of kicking himself over here if he ends up seeing these cards and realizing that he could have won it. He does bet 150 into her though. I don't know that Jenny's going to make this call. She's been taking a bit of a beating as of the last little bit.
You didn't have an ace, did you?
So Jenny does fold the winning hand and Eric picks up the pot. Jordan, if he goes back and watches this though, is going to kick himself for folding the aces. A little bit surprised he let go of the aces there. Obviously not pocket aces, but
In case I hit.
15 from me. Call from Eric.
In case anybody.
15. Jordan call.
Somebody will.
Jimmy call.
so Dang raised it to 15. Of course,
5 players.
not sure what he has, as usual.
Okay.
King 9 on the flop. Jordan flopping top. Top set or top trips. 3 of clubs on the turn though, bringing in this flush draw for Jenny. Of course, with 2 cards, with the paired board, it's always a danger that the boat could be there. Jordan now feeling pretty confident he's got to be. Of course, not a very big pot. He's going to bet $40 into that pot. $30, excuse me.
Nobody had one to talk. Thank you, Dan. Thank you. For the raise. You had a king good.
You're welcome.
385 button straddle.
385.
Whatever.
385.
Yes.
Make that 385.
380. Carter, you got the button straddle right?
Yeah.
10 to call. Hold. Call. Hold. 20 for that. Hold for Jimmy. Why not 5?
Oh, no.
It was my big blind.
That was on purpose like a motherfucker. Excuse me. Orange juice.
So Eric with the pocket 6 is going to raise it up to 20, but Jimmy with the ace 9 of clubs and Dang with the queen of clubs. So both flopping straights, and the jack of clubs going to come, and that puts what could be the royal draw out there, except two people having one of the pieces of the royal. So the only thing going to help anybody out at this point is a club. Any club, and Jimmy wins. It is a 7, so Eric's going to pick up the winning hand here. Let's see if he makes a bet into it or not. He does not bet it, and they're going to go to showdown, and the pair of 6s are going to win.
I miss everything.
Huh?
I miss everything.
Oh, you need that, yeah.
Thank you. 2 and 5. Straddle from Jimmy.
Double? You said double, Dan? You said double straddle?
10 to call.
Next one.
What 10 on big blind, so wait a few.
$10. 25 from them. 50 from Eric.
And then raise me.
Hold. Hold.
So Dang with a king jack offsuit, and Eric with an ace queen offsuit. Eric 3 betting here for $50 after Dang had raised it to 25. Jenny with an 8-9 offsuit. After taking a bit of a beating, is going to go away.
Check up. Check the button. Check. 50. On a fold.
Jack. Jack. Betting?
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Button straddle.
It's really hurting my feelings.
No.
If it's hurting your feelings, I'll take it back.
No take back, Terry got double straddle.
Oh, never mind, can't.
Double straddle.
Need a ambulance.
I had you that one.
20 to call.
Nice hand?
Yeah.
You had a
but
nice hand?
Yeah.
Right.
Every time I don't call it.
Yeah, I raising you out, right?
20 to call.
Ace king, I have to do that.
Sure, you had ace king.
Yeah,
First call.
Ace king?
ace king.
I had an 8. That's why
Jimmy
I'm like,
calls?
sure. I had 10.
Jordan
but
calls
I
and
wouldn't have
option
called it.
check.
I wouldn't have called it 50. Oh, it's 25.
Four
Shit, I
players.
didn't
So you got a two?
Yeah, number 2. We're almost to the end of the stream.
135.
135.
Bucket.
You can't get me all the time. You
We'll get you just enough time.
can't get me all the time.
Thank you.
They're over here, so I should erase that thing.
No. No.
All right, last hand.
All right, last hand of the stream.
I'm in the blind.
No, down him.
Yeah, I'm saying.
All right, 5 to call, no? Four, 20. Four. Four.
Chris with a 6-3 of spades and Jenny with an ace deuce offsuit here.
No different.
Raised to 20 from Chris and the 3-4 2 hearts. So the wheel draw and a pair of threes.
I have a good heart, so
Jenny having the backdoor heart draw.
25.
Queen of spades on the turn. No help for anybody. Probably going to see a check. Chris could, since he continued to bet that. I mean, well, never mind. So 6 now on the river is going to give Chris the 2 pair. He's going to imagine he's got to be good here. So when she makes a bet, he's definitely going to make us. He could make a call here, but he may just raise it up. He probably thinks he's good. He does raise it up to 75 or to 100. Excuse me. So a raise to 100. I don't know if this is our last hand or if it's going to be the next one, but Chris does pick up the $97 pot, a $97 win here in the 242 pot. So Eric, the big winner of the people that are sitting here now at $381. Chris up $25 and Dang at $204. I do believe that's our last hand of the night, guys. So I want to thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see y'all next time on Wednesday for the 2-5 No Limit live stream. Friday is 10:25. Stacks Social Club, 5004 Frankfurt Avenue, Suite 500. Doors open at 1 p.m. every day.
You better carry my
Y'all be safe and have a good
5
evening.
hours, you can't move your legs anymore?
No, I'm sitting on my leg
All right.
because I'm short.
All right.